Hmm. Okay, Chad. Sorry about the very late start to tonight's stream. Yeah, I got a bit, but yeah. Welcome, Anarcha. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. But yeah, today we'll be doing some Genshin events because like I've been doing stuff for other games, honestly, and I just haven't been playing Genshin as much as I would like to. But there's two events up right now. The banners have reset, by the way. Unfortunately, I did not get Sandrone. It's sad, but I didn't get her. To be fair, there was stuff that I could have done, but I feel like I won't say I was burnt out of the game, but like I just didn't feel like playing much. Like that's the best way to play. I just didn't feel it, you know, like I just wasn't feeling it. And yeah, I didn't get her, but it is what it is. But there's this which seems like a really fun game mode, and we actually get a skin, or what's a skin? An indoor furnishing, which is this, which will only be obtainable from this event. So I thought it was a weapon skin for a second there, but there is an upcoming weapon skin. I saw it on like a particular subreddit. It does look pretty interesting. Yeah, it's all the way over there. Yeah, before I do anything, let me do the character trials real quick. It's funny, chat. This banner is the first banner in Genshin I can say I have everything on the banner. Cause I have Columbina, I have Raiden, and I both have both of their weapons. So yeah, it's kind of funny to say that, but yeah, it's kind of true. Yeah, the trial's already done. All right, cool. Ooh, but there's thing here. Thermal ballistics, terminal ballistics are impeccable, and the dispersion is close to ideal. According to our assessment models, here are the. I'm not gonna try that. Weapons Bureau. Your weapon is very much a cannon. It's a shame we need at least two teams worth of manpower to deploy your musket in the field. It's too complicated to use. Okay. Before I had the Soul Sniper Ritual Staff, custom made by Shalonen. We agreed that the stronger the weapon, the stricter the usage standards should be. Apart from their difficulty of use, I've even considered placing a moral cognition based lock on such weapons. That way we can ensure they are wielded by the right people, preventing an immense damage resulting from criminal theft, or any immense damage. And that's if you're concerned. Officer Chaska weapon theft leads to committed crimes is not uncommon here in Fontaine. Let me take part in the war game. The war game became a catalyst for even more frequent exchanges between the armed forces of various nations. This time around, it's the routine ballistic war game between Fontaine and Monsat, aimed at sharpening combatants' battlefield planning capabilities on all sides. And this time, thanks to our friends in the Knights of Favonius putting in a good word, the warriors from Natlan's Farfeather clan have joined the war game as well. The Flower Feather clan warriors are skilled at firing while in flight. They've opened the doors to a whole new world for us. I must have gotten to know the Natlanese warriors during their expedition then. Paimon should have thought of that sooner. Well, what's the ballistic war game really? Paimon understands every word individually, but put them together and it gets a bit confusing. Aha, if everyone had unlimited ammunition, you just hold down the trigger and most enemies would be no problem at all. But combat is a long drawn out process. A shooter can only carry so much ammunition, so every shot needs to land and land strategically. So the Knights of Bonus have developed a new type of grenade to help sharpshooters sharpen their understanding. The principle behind it is a little complicated though. As for specifics, I'll let our friend from the Knights of Bonus walk you through it. Okay. Hedwig? Apologies, I was buried in report organizing and didn't notice the honorary knight and her little white companion. My greetings to you both. I'm Hedwig, members of the Knights of Favonius General Affairs Company. I'm in charge of recording proceedings from this war game and coordinating between the gunsmiths and our allies. Speaking of which, the device for this round actually has a connection to you two. Do you remember the strange Samatrol statue that once appeared in the gorge? Yeah, I don't think I remember that. Then let's get past the legends and the scattered intel and cut to it. According to the investigation company's findings, that statue was the work of an ancient Samatrol, the leader of Broth? Well, that layer of Broth? Pleadler? The lead? Okay, sorry. I can help it. The ladler of Broth, Cauldrick, had taken an unused domain and reshaped it into a place to drill his battle formations. Honorary Knight defeated one of the Cauldrick's lingering shadows back then, which caused the domain to collapse, and the eye of Pano that oversaw the formations scattered out into the open. Once our company had a sample in hand, they spent the better part of a year carefully disassembling and analyzing it. Ladler, yeah. Yeah, I know, using a ladle, yeah. But yes, it set me up for a good joke based on my own misgivings, okay? I know what a ladle is, man. I know what it is. Hear me, I'm mad too. Mad. Anyway. Eventually they got the technology figured out, combined it with the design principle of Liwei's overhead surveillance devices, and produced a kind of visualizing observation grenade meant for long-range reconnaissance so a shooter can gather information from a position of safety. On a roundabout journey, Paramount never imagined that that little fellow we wrapped up without much fanfare would be such a big, mysterious treasure. The upshot is, in a wargame setting, the observation grenade lets shooters see through the eyes of the round in fight. Eyes of the round in flight. Why is it in fight? In flight. Deepening their grasp of the trajectory and obstacles. So they can practice shooting strategies gearing towards different scenarios. It works on quite a few clever little angles. As for us Flower Feather Clan members, our Syrian riders have often had difficulties determining the effects of shots we made while riding our bird. We are up in the sky after all, and our targets being with our targets being far away. Those observation grenades can thus help us conduct battlefield damage assessments. That's a term I learned from the Special Patrol. By the by, it's a very concise concept. At present, the people involved in the wargame have completed everything our two leaders, Shaska and Chevers, have designed for them. All that is left is to complete the wargame with an expanded sample. Since you're here on our night, would you like to try it out? Did notice during the Fontilia Film Festival, you're quite a crack shot and inspired one too. That's perfect. I'm personally interested to see how much your marksmanship improved over the year, Hannah. From the perspective of the war game, your lack of familiarity with the observation grenade means you can form an excellent control group for us. Traveler, it does feel like this grenade thing has a real history with us. Might as well try its effects for ourselves. Should be pretty fun. Then extra skill. Totally an extra skill is an extra skill, right? Never know if you'll run into some sort of bad guy who can only be taken out with muskets or something. Totally not foreshadowing, by the way. Great. In that case, I'll prepare the venue and notify all those we have planned who have played as targets. Okay. Those are simple. Make a few adjustments. Make a few adjustments as possible. As few adjustments as possible while defeating your target efficiently. Okay. I should first say that this drill was made to be tough. Even the special patrol provisions marksmanship instructor was barely able to pass. But I suspect you'll do fine. Of course, there's no need to feel pressured. Sometimes shooting is not about technique, but it's about inspiration that arrives as light as feathers, and a little luck to send it off on the wind. Don't think of this as a test, but more of it as a relaxing game. Perhaps you'll gain something unexpected from all this. Never know, Chaska, you never know. The further the observation grenade flies before hitting the target, the higher the score. To get a high score in the drill, plan your trajectory carefully and aim for the long-range hits whenever possible. Mark targets arranging the firing order to help plan the projectile's path. Aim at the target and select the corresponding button to mark it. Select the same button again to unmark it. You can also use the clear all option to remove all current target markers. Yeah, well, let's do this shit. I start the thing? Huh. Oh, it's over here. Alright, chat, let's see. Okay. It's L to 10 up. Oh, there's a gyroscopic function. That is annoying as hell. So if I move my controller, it moves the scope, and that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't like this because like I see there is no reason to do this. Yeah, let me turn that off because it's kind of annoying. Cause it like kills precision, like completely. Okay, there you go. Yeah, this is much better. Yeah, that's so much better. Easy. Yeah. Yeah, let's go to the next stage. No, it's not bad at all. Oh, this one is interesting. We have moving targets this time. Hell yeah. Chat, see that shot? I'm different. Nice. This is what some out of Deer Hunter. If you know that game, if you know, you know. Yeah, yeah, if you know, you know. No. Oh shit. Well, damn, that was unfortunate. We may have to take a bit of a different approach there because I made a little bit of a mistake. You know what I mean? That's saying that we want as much distance as possible. Fine. Gonna be a pain in my ass, aren't you? Know that this is indeed far enough. Yep, it was. See, chat. I'm too good. There's point rings here for some reason. What are those for? One time, ideal trajectory rings appear in the drill ground. Pass the observation grenade through them. Each target to earn a large number of points. Ooh, okay. Multiple firing positions are available in drill ground. Follow the arrow indicators and move between them to the full view of the area and plan the most effective firing strategy. Alright. Okay. Okay. I did not mean to do that. Yeah. Is there not another position I can choose? Well, yes, there isn't. Alright, I think I have an idea of what I can do here. Keep walking. Keep walking. That's what we want to see. Damn, the trajectory is off. I'm not sure I can hit the shot. It's impossible. Yeah. This one's actually kind of difficult, I'm not gonna lie. The most of it comes down to that you have to hit them through the trajectory rings. That's the hardest part, I feel like. So I feel like what I need to do is I need to observe more, you know? L2, L2. Hmm. 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 I think I'm starting to understand. So what we'll do is we'll wait until he reaches like right there. Then we can hit this guy, you know? And then we wait for this one to come like right here so he lines up with that trajectory. So when he reaches like that, like, he's not the right option though. Hmm. Hmm. No, we have to kind of wait a bit because we want him to be on the right trajectory for that necessarily. Hmm. Yep. Alright, well, we managed to do it. Yeah, a pretty high score, so yeah. I did pretty good there. Next stage, baby. Alright, let's see. Ooh, there's a shield robot. That's actually kind of interesting. Some targets deploy shields and can block observation grenade, making the shot ineffective. Plan your trajectory carefully and aim around the shield to hit the target. Okay, well, that's kind of a given. Okay. Well, let me mark all the enemies I can see at least. Hmm. Messenger. Oh. Well, this is kind of annoying that you have to mark all the targets. That's the only thing I find a little bit annoying. You have to mark all the targets before. Oh, that was not good. That was not good. Well, shot, I am as efficient as ever. I think I'm doing pretty good. And there's a lot of rings on this one, for one, and there's a lot of moving targets as well, is what I'm realizing on this one. Hmm. 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 That wasn't the way I was supposed to do it. I don't know. It just feels wrong. Let's try that again. I think I had the wrong idea. That's why I went wrong. I had the right idea, but the wrong execution. I'll show you what I mean by that as well. Hey there, Owen. I see you. I have to mark all these Antars. I don't really care to mark these guys, so why are you making me always all this bullshit when I don't care? Boom, baby. Second try. Because I did kind of mess with the trajectories on the first try. But to be fair, I've done most of these on the first try, so... Ooh. I wonder what this one is gonna be. There's a lot of targets and a lot of moving targets. Alright, okay. Also walking targets as well, so... Yeah. I'm kidding. So this one, I think we're gonna wait for him to like go back across the bridge. Bonk. Yikes. Your time is up. Yeah. Wait until he walks, and I think he stops like right over there. So I should be able to shoot through both of these and hit him. So yeah, what did I tell you? Hannah the sniper never misses. Boom. Easy! uh, right, and I think that is all the challenges, really. So, we finished the entire event. So, we have a deal. Yep, we have a deal. Deal? What deal? Paimon miss? Did Paimon miss something important? Formal phrasing would be confirming the signature on a memorandum. 2. The joint training memorandum on improving shooting effectiveness. On reflection, recruiting Miss Shaska to the Special Patrol would mean an incalculable loss of talent for her homeland of Natlan. Not the wisest move. As Special Patrol's clockwork's stable functioning would be unimaginable without Captain Chever's daily command and coordination. Without her, Fontaine would run into no shortage of trouble. To achieve our objective, we need an unprecedented form of cooperation. Not what is this astonishing telepathy going on? Enjoyed after consulting with Captain Chevers, we've decided to start a long-term study exchange of representatives within 3 months. This plan can strengthen cooperation between the Special Patrol and the Flower Feather Clan and Knights of Favonius while keeping the burden as low as possible. Yeah, it will be interesting if she does come to Zenless. Who knows? We'll see. In the literal sense of those words, you'll send people back and forth. Flower Feather Clan warriors stay in Fontaine for a stretch, then special patrol fighters head off to Nala. Exactly, though in practice it's not as simple as just letting people from each side go live in the other country. The selection of representatives, the lodging, the daily curriculum, the simulation training, and the live drill schedules, the budget arrangement, every detail needs systematic planning. And will they focus on the weak spots, addressing each with its own specific remedy? For instance, the Natlanese warriors don't pay much attention to the formation theory, and the Fontaine shooters have almost no live experience with movement marksmanship. So we'll have Natlanese warriors work on discipline squad level units, and we'll have the birds grab the Special Patrol shooters by the shoulders, fly them low, and have them shoot at intercepting targets. Sounds way too strict, yeah. If if you can actually pull that off, the results will be tremendous. Many of the planned courses also rely on excellent equipment from our Modsat ally. Representatives from the Knights of Favonius are essential, and any result from the program should be shared with them. Ahem. Captain Shivers, that's most thoughtful of you. Once again, our thanks for your generous offer. In this drill, the observation grenade and the suite of equipment all perform normally will continue regular deliveries per the existing procurement contract. As for sending representatives for study, please let me convey this is this back at our headquarters so the officers can issue a formal supply or reply. Why say supply? Reply. I'll provide you with the formal written documentation. I'll be waiting for good news from you. And to close the topic, should return to our ballistic wargame. Captain Chevrolet is uncommonly pleased with this round's results after all. Yes, with your remarkable control group performance to compare against Traveler, our final piece of the puzzle is in place. The drill has produced a wealth of ballistic planning and thinking samples covering shooters of every skill level, even to substantially improve the original musket marksmanship textbooks and even the instructor manuals for shooter training. Efficiency could be raised sevenfold. Astrid, I'll send you a letter the moment the time comes. With marksmanship talent you're showing, you ought to be sitting on the test setter's side of the table next time. Wow. Hey, and that's the event done. Well, that's a short event. Short but sweet, you know? Let's go claim our rewards because I didn't get to do that. That's a fast event. Happy when that quick and you're able to get through it, you know, relatively quickly. And boom, just like that, I've plot. Okay, well, so Chad, since the new banners are here, you know what? I'm gonna do a temple for a constellation for Columbina because why not? I do love Columbina, and she's one character I would like to get a constellation for. And well, there's a long time to wait before the next banner, so I think this will be the time, if any time, to pull for characters. So let us do a temple. Yeah. Okay. With this sacred treasure I summon Columbina. Okay. Alright, I'm kidding. Well, I probably won't get anything, but let's do a temple anyway. What the fuck? Chat? Chat? Um, ain't no way, right, chat? Ain't no way. So you're telling me I was 110 pull away from possibly getting Sandrone? 110 pull. Genshin, you're funny, you know that, Genshin? You're real comedy person, aren't you? I lost my 50-50. I pulled. Oh no, that's the worst curse ever. Oh no. Oh no. Oh gosh, it happened. It actually happened. You know what? I ain't even mad about that. That means the next characters are guaranteed. So I'm not even upset about that. I'm fine with that, honestly. We could just buy up the rest of these. I concentrate for my Chi-Chi. So my Chi-Chi is now what? C5? Or C4? C5. Damn. C5 Chi-Chi, baby. One more constellation, I'll have my first C6 character ever. So the next character I get is essentially guaranteed now to be the character that I win. But damn, that was unlucky. I could go to the moon and do a bit of exploration still, but I was mainly gonna stick to events, and I think that's what I'm gonna do, chat. Like, mainly gonna stick to events here, so let's go do this event real quick. It's fun that we have two events in the exact same place, basically, which is Fontaine. Shit. Me accidentally jumping off. Right.
See? Told you they'd be here.
Hey, it's Shiori! Alright. I really want to get Shiori, though. I still want this character so badly, but I just haven't gotten her yet.
Hydro Archon above! If it isn't my darling camera operator and clapper loader! A very happy Fontanalia festival to you as well!
I'm guessing you came back to celebrate with us?
Yep. And how about you? Even though the last festival had some unexpected hiccups, making the film was still super fun. Since you're all here together like this, you must be planning on entering the competition, right?
Of course! A celebration of the entertainment industry. No one who's anyone would choose to sit this one out. It only happens once a year, after all.
Fontaine Fashion Week might be more my speed, but the film festival brings in a lot of orders and boosts brand recognition, so I wasn't going to miss out either.
A few new awards have been added this year, too. Best Director, Best Costume Design, oh, and Best Camera Operation.
Ooh, sounds like we got work to do. Come on, tell us. What's Musketeer Pictures film gonna be about?
Oh, about that.
What's wrong, Zabi? What's with that look? Oh, man. You weren't scammed by some shady investor again, were you?
No, no. Even I'm not naive enough to fall for something like that again. Besides, thanks to the fine people here, Musketeer Pictures has more than enough funds to shoot without investors.
And yet problems persist.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, we were planning to replicate our past success and shoot a film based on a popular novel. But as we were holding auditions for the female lead earlier today, a striking young mademoiselle wandered in by accident. Her disposition was simply ethereal. The look in her eyes somewhat melancholic. Oh, I wish you could have been there. The awe I felt can scarcely be put to words.
Who's even talking about?
You had to be there, friend. No matter where she stood, It was as if her surroundings, even the air itself, turned into the perfect shot.
Is he talking about Shibai?
The lead actress, then?
It can be, right?
Oh, quite the opposite. My script is entirely unworthy of her. I fear it is. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but approach the mademoiselle to ask about her background and what brought her to Fontaine.
What did she say?
Sadly, she said her best friend was gone. After returning to her own homeland not too long ago, she decided to visit where her friend was from to remember them better.
Oh, no wonder she looked sad.
Yes, but that's when it struck me. Why not cast her as the lead in a film centered around her search for this old friend?
Huh? You're gonna rewrite the whole script? But is there even enough time? Isn't the prep work super complicated? You might not finish.
Think about the difficulties we faced with the two musketeers. We had to start from scratch back then, too. I'd say we're ahead of the game this time.
Guess so, but
Don't worry, Paimon. Chiori and I have evaluated the proposal, and we support Xavier's decision.
Oh, I won't really need to start on the costumes until the cast is finalized, so it's not too much extra work for me.
Every time they
Oh,
they say his
fair
name,
enough,
like I can't help but laugh because like
Finishing the script would be a start.
I'm like, Xavier, it's time for you to make me money. It's too funny. The
compared to
comedy
a
writes
commercial
itself,
popcorn
you
flick,
know?
I do prefer the idea of shooting a more artistic film. One that leaves a profound and lingering impact in the hearts of the audience.
I agree. True trendsetters are the people who dare to go against the grain.
wow! Leave it to Director Farina to have a vision. Honestly, though, your artistic passion of everyone at Musketeer Pictures is inspiring. Anyway, now that we've heard so much about this lead actress, Paimon's gotta know who it is!
Oh shit, it's Columbina. Oh fuck. Okay.
Columbina! What are you doing here?
Okay.
Hello.
Not
I
makes
was just
sense.
walking past when I heard you talking about me, so I came over.
Huh? You know Miss Columbina?
Of course! Wait a second. Does this mean Columbina is the actress who inspired the whole rewrite? Yeah. Wait, so did you make the trip by yourself, Columbina?
Yes. I mentioned how I wanted to visit other nations once things settled down in Notcry, remember? So I went to the
true.
curatorium to ask Never for advice. She told me about the film festival in Fontaine and said it might be fun to visit. I spoke to Lama before I left too, and she thought it was a great idea to get out for a bit. It's just, I received quite different travel advice from the two of them.
Oh? How so?
Well, Lama told me to go out and experience new things and make new friends.
What a wonderful suggestion. That's how a trip should be.
But Never said that that's you shouldn't trust anybody.
Don't trust
Yep.
anyone and
Yep.
don't talk to strangers.
Yep, I know Never, yep.
That sounds like her.
I can understand that too. It shows this Nefer cares about you a great deal, Miss Columbina.
Yes, so I plan on combining their advice. All I need to do is turn strangers into friends, and then I can talk to them.
Huh. That kinda makes sense. But also not.
Hey, Chiori. Oh, look who's back. Happy Fontanalia Festival, you two.
Yep.
Looks like we have a superstar in our midst. How about an autograph, Big Shot?
Ha ha, very funny.
Yeah, punch her in the shoulder.
gave his blessing, and I cleared it with the Udex. During the festival, inmates with good behavior will get a chance to spend some time on the outside.
Under the stringent supervision of the Special Patrol, of course.
Risley! It's been a while. Happy Fontanalia Festival!
Hello, hey yo, it's
Does that mean Veronique and her brother will be at the festival?
yo, yo, Erica. It's Riz like not Rice. That's his new name. uh,
During a specific window of time, sure. Doesn't hurt to give the inmates something to look forward to. A little sun will do them some good, I think. This is a friend from your travels, I'm guessing. Thought I heard something along those lines?
Right! We should make some introductions, huh? Chevros, Risley, this is Columbina, a friend we met in Nocry.
Welcome to Fontaine, Miss Columbina. I bet the weather's been quite an adjustment.
Yeah,
oh no.
And not the good kind, I take it.
No, I quite like it. It's a lot warmer than Not Cry.
You weren't supposed to
Then
do
what
that,
was the
Call.
punch for?
Oh, should I not have done that? The flowers that bloom here are so vibrant, and the people are so kind. I just wanted to become friends as fast as possible.
Ah, so that was meant as a gesture of friendship. Is that right, Miss Columbina?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that what friends do?
Right. Might have been a bit premature in this instance, though. Your friend here is quite the character.
good thing we said something. You weren't seriously gonna go around punching every single person in Fontaine, were you?
No, just the ones I wanted to be friends with.
Oh.
What Paimon's trying to say is maybe keep the punches to a minimum until after you're friends with someone.
If you say so.
You're quite the character, Miss Columbina.
So, are we friends?
Of course. Any friend of the Traveler is a friend of mine.
Interesting.
When it
Yes.
comes to friends, you sure know how to pick 'em.
Yes, me and Columbina, we share the same brain
so
cell.
Miss Columbina is the lead actress I've been hearing so much about. The whole thing about her aura is starting to make more sense.
You gonna be part of the film this time too, Shivers?
That was the plan. But now that Mr. Xavier has changed the direction, I don't think I'm in quite as many scenes. It's all for the best, though. A different crew asked me to help consult on some of their musket work.
Oh, sounds like our trusty musketeer is as popular as ever.
I'm just going where I'm needed. I'm more than willing to help with whatever this production needs as well.
Ah, well, speaking of, would you happen to know if there are scenic locations around the court of Fontaine that other crews haven't booked?
The festival's pretty popular this year, so there's not a lot left. You might just have to talk it over with the other productions and see if they'll let you squeeze in here and there.
I see.
Having trouble finding a filming location?
Yes, we made a last-minute decision to go down a different route, so the indoor locations we reserved are no longer a good fit. And it looks like all of the best outdoor spots have been taken.
You know, I might know a place. Good views, good atmosphere, and no production team has snatched it up.
That sounds perfect! Where is it?
You want me to
Oh.
reveal it just like that?
So,
Come on, it'll be a surprise.
okay. Well,
As much as
you
that
missed a lot.
sounds riveting, I think we should divide and conquer.
I did a temple while you were gone. I got a gold. It was not a Columbina. I pulled a Chi. Lost 50. I'm not feeling very good. It was only one temple I had, so I did it, and yeah, I got a gold as Chi-Chi. So now I have C5 Chi-Chi. Some close C6. That's one way to look at it. And yeah, so now the next character is basically guaranteed. So I'm guaranteed a Columbina if I do get her. In my next pulls, I am at least guaranteed in that sense. But you missed my jokes, damn it. Because I was joking around this entire time. Because Reese Lee showed up and I was like, yo, Erica. And I was like laughing. And I was like, it's like, it's Reese like, I don't know why that shit makes me laugh. Man, that's about it. Yeah, other than that, it was just me and Columbina sharing the same brain cell as well. We both decided to like punch Reese Lee in the shoulder. And yeah, that's about it. I am not a goober, okay? You shush. Man. Also missed when he tried to tell you something. Which was there, he said there is a possibility of Silver coming to Zenless, which, eh, I won't say it's unimaginable. And unless a wolf in Zenless might make me actually give Zenless another try, same honestly. It might, I might try it again. So I've been seeing an artist on my feed that's popular, and honestly, their art is good. You know, like I'll give them their dues. I won't. I'll say I can do what they do. But at the same time, like they're really popular, but I don't get it. You know, and that's not me trying to insult them, by the way. You know, because they're a very talented artist, obviously. Yeah, I just don't get it. Chat, you know what? I'll make a deal with you. Okay, maybe I should make this deal. So if one of two things happen, I will officially come back and give Zenless Zone Zero another try. Right? If the channel hits 700 subs, or if Silver Wolf comes to Zenless, I will come back to Zenless. Genshin Zone Zero. I'm off to work now. Where have you been? I thought you disappeared. Went poof. Anyway, be safe at work, alright? Wait. Oh, you're off work. Ah, okay. You're done working. It feels cooler out now outside. Well, that's good. we'll get home, right? No, no. I did for a second, but I realized that you're heading home, so it's fine. Okay, I could talk about some other games I've been playing. So I've been playing a particular game, you know, if you know the game where Little Mermaid, Snow White, Heavy Arms, and Dorothy are from, then you'll know what game I'm talking about. The game announced that a new character is being launched soon. The servers are still down for maintenance at the moment. The update is not available yet, but a new character is releasing. She seems pretty busted. It's a character that has not seen release in like a good while. Her name is Laplace. You chat the updates out. Let's go. Shouldn't be a huge update. Should be a relatively small update. Yeah, only 92 megabytes. Yeah, small update. So yeah, oh, the game's updated. I wonder if I can open the servers or if the servers are still down for maintenance. They might be actually, but I'm about to hop on and hope I get this character though. Yeah, me playing a game while playing Genshin. uh, let's see.
You go do that, and Director Farina and I will take Miss Columbina around the city to discuss lighting and styling. Is that all right with you, Miss Columbina?
Traveler?
Yeah, everyone here is our friend. So don't worry about a thing and just focus on enjoying your trip.
Okay.
All right, then the Traveler and I will go check out this potential filming location. It might even give me some inspiration for the new script.
I'll leave this to the Duke then. Until later, everyone. Maybe we'll run into each other on set.
Okay then. Lead the way, Risley. Paimon's not built for suspense. Let's get this show on the road.
Who said anything about roads?
Huh?
Yes, Risley got the rolly. Or Patrick got the rolly. uh, oh, fucking dying. Oh. We'll head over there in a minute. Um, Now downloading additional content. Yes, I confirm the update. What's up, this? I'll do that in the meantime. Let's head to ship. Seeing that there's a ship here?
You brought the winglet up to the surface?
Whoa.
It'd make quite the grand backdrop for a film, don't you think?
Paimons were focused on the fact that this thing is supposed to be underwater, inside the fortress of Millipede.
True. And keeping up with the maintenance on a vessel this big is a lot of work. It takes a crazy amount of manpower just to keep it up and running.
Oh, Paimon kind of thought it just sat there until you needed it.
I wish it were that simple. The truth is, the maintenance costs on this thing are substantial. So we decided to rent it out during the festival to earn some extra mora. Besides, the inmates are the ones who keep it in good shape. Seeing the fruits of their labor put to use is a good form of social rehabilitation for them.
Huh, you really thought this through. What you think, Xavier? Is this a good place to shoot?
I've got it! Good messieurs and mesdemoiselles, I've got it!
Gonna take that as a yes.
The beginning is the hardest part, and the opening of this film has been eluding me, but now I know just how it should start.
Glad to hear it.
Thanks for bringing us here, Risley.
Don't thank me just yet. This isn't quite a done deal.
Huh? Not a done deal as in someone already rented it out? You said no other production teams had snatched it up.
This person isn't affiliated with a production team. The rental fee was high enough to scare off plenty of other film crews, but she didn't blink. Made quite the generous offer, and didn't even attempt to haggle.
Do you know what she plans to use it for? I'd like to at least have a rough idea before going in to negotiate.
I didn't ask for the details, but I did see what looked like a fishing permit and a business license on her desk.
Fishing
Yes,
permit?
She's planning on using it for some kind of restaurant or aquarium.
A floating restaurant is sure to attract people. But an aquarium sounds cool too. The views from the ship make it a great spot for a date.
The winglet might not be under my command right now, but it's always nice to see her admired.
So who rent it or who spend that type of money? There's only a few people who have that type of money.
Guess we should
I would
head
guess
over to
Dory?
check them.
Cause like she's kind of rolling money. I have a habit of scaring people somehow without even trying to. Apparently I do as well. That's when it comes to my grandma.
Still need to go through
Cause
Lost
I can
Quarters
walk in the room
migration
and like
report.
call her by name while before I even get into the room, and she'll still like, you know, jump up scared. True story, by the way. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. As for me, I just have PTSD, so it's not y'all's fault. Yeah. Yeah. I'll try to like call you so you know where I am, or at least wear a bell, cause I'll be wearing like a collar most of the time, so you'll likely hear me. So, I'll be fine. Just make sure it's a pretty one. And that's my only request. Damn, maintenance will be done at 5 a.m. That's bullshit. Try to wait till 5 a.m. for maintenance on this game to finish. Damn, that's ass. Oh, you shush. We have to wait until like the next day for maintenance to be done. confident it's like Dory or some one of the richer characters.
Anyone there?
I want to say I don't. I don't would be Nefer though. You know, who's rich in Genshin? Who has the money to rent this place out?
Perhaps the captain had business to attend to elsewhere.
Why rent such a massive boat just to have it sit here without even leaving so much as a note? Let's try again. Anyone there? Hello?
Seriously? Right now? What is it?
Sit lolly. Oh,
To get some
okay.
decent sleep around here.
This outfit is
Isn't that too
really
much to
cute. I'd
ask
like to get it for Sit lolly so badly.
Sorry, the aquarium's closed for the... Huh?
See Lolly?
Traveler! Paimon! Hold on. This is
She's
just
so.
great. How am I gonna go out dressed like this? What happened to my regular clothes? The wash! I put them in the wash after I drank too much and fell into the fountain. Oh, this can't be happening. Am I seriously gonna go out like this?
Yeah, you're gonna go like this. Yeah, I think you look cute.
Caught her at a bad time. See Lolly?
I don't wanna hear it.
Hear what?
A single word about what I'm wearing. No comments, none. Is that clear?
You're cute. Okay, sorry.
Oh, yep. Crystal.
Huh? You think so? No, wait, I told you not to say anything! What was... her thoughts. I heard her thoughts. How could I forget about that? Oh, this is so embarrassing. I seemed a little too pleased to get that compliment, didn't I? Wait, the mind reading went both ways. Does that mean the traveler's hearing all this too? You clearly did!
What did we do? Paimon's not following.
Nothing.
And the show's cute. That's why I did.
Let's just move on. Did you need something? You're not here alone, I see.
Hello, I'm Xavier, a film director and producer from Fontaine. I meant to introduce myself sooner, I just didn't want to, interrupt.
No wonder we ran into each other in Fontaine of all places. You must also be in town for the festival then.
That's right. We're helping Xavier with his film. In fact, we were hoping to shoot some scenes on this boat. You're the one who rented it out, right, Lolly?
Me? Rent a boat? I wish I had that kind of spare cash floating around. Not to mention the spare time. Don't get the wrong idea, though. I'm not here to sail off into the sunset and live out some cushy retirement life, okay? I'm not that old.
Then why you dress like...
Mm.
How did you end up staying aboard the Wingolette?
Well, I heard one of my favorite light novels was getting turned into a film, so I came to Fontaine to catch the premiere. Originally, I booked a room near the Opera Epiclese, but I'm quite particular about where I sleep these days. I think it's an age thing. And that bed? Ugh, I just couldn't sleep in it. I tried to find a different hotel, but with the festival, everything was completely booked. Just as I was worried I'd have to sleep under a bridge or something, I happened to spot a help wanted sign on the side of the road.
Oh, so you're here to take care of the boat?
No, I was hired to man the front desk. The pay is a bit low, but food and drinks are covered. And it includes room and board during the festival. Plus
The job is simple, so I thought I'd give it a shot.
Wow. They actually thought you'd be a good fit, huh?
What? You don't think I'm cut out for it? All I have to do is tell people the aquarium isn't open yet. Other than that, I'm free to do whatever I want. It's a pretty sweet gig.
That's all?
Yeah, I was also kind of shocked. But it's not a lie. Head downstairs and see for yourselves. There's nothing but empty tanks. Not a marine animal in sight.
Did your boss mention anything about being open to film crews using this space? Our production was hoping to film on the deck for a few scenes.
No. That never came up. You could just ask her.
I feel like a story, isn't it?
What kind of person is
She's
she?
the only person that could
Well, we're
afford
getting
this.
She's nice enough, I suppose. Pretty reasonable, too. Even offered for me to move to a bigger cabin if I was too cramped.
I'm telling you, the only person that has this kind of money is Dory. She's the only person who I can see having this type of money. Unless it's somebody who's acquainted with the Fatui. Maybe Sandrone, if she shows up in this quest. She's the only other person that I think would be able to afford this based on like connections, right? Like just on pure connections. She's the only person that could afford this. Cause I know damn well Zhonglin affording this. Shibai ain't affording this. No disrespect, I like Shibai. Nefer certainly would not come here because she didn't come with Columbina, so I doubt she'd come and rent a boat if she's not even gonna come with Columbina. Lomo couldn't do this. I doubt it's any of the people involved with the Hexen. Well, at least in the Hexen circle, because Dory is associated with the Hexen circle since she does personally know the witches from the Hexen circle. So it has to be Dory. It has to be.
Back at the Masters of the Night Wind, I'm used to being the one giving orders. But working under her doesn't feel like being bossed around. She seems to respect what I think.
Who is this?
Wow, he sounds like a great boss.
She did tell me she'd rather not be disturbed, though. She's been working on an important project, so I'd keep it brief.
So my predictions are either Dory or Sandrone, one of the two.
Thanks for the heads up.
One of the two. It has to be one of them.
All right, the captain's quarters are this way. I can take... Wait. But I'm wearing... whatever. I doubt she'll care. Just follow me.
Okay, let's see.
Miss Guillotin? These visitors
So it is
were hoping to
Sandrone.
ask you about something.
Kyoton. Has to be Sandrone. It has to be. I knew it, Chad. I knew it. It had to be either Sandrone or Dory.
Said to limit
They're the
interruptions.
only people who have enough money.
Just tell them the aquarium is still...
Sandrone? You're here? Huh? You know each other?
Are you okay, Sandrone? Do you still remember us? Everyone was so upset after what happened. We all missed you so much. Miss Seat Lolly, why don't you escort this gentleman to the reception area for a cup of tea? I have something to discuss with these two in private.
Ah, I see. Right this way, Mr. Xavier.
Sandrone? I really can't go anywhere with without running into you two, can I?
Are you okay? During the battle, your core, it was...
Destroyed by that bastard Dottore. That's right. But as you can see, I'm fine now. No major issues. Or at least, there shouldn't be. Oh, what a relief! Why didn't you tell us sooner? Or come back to see your friends?
Now that I have the chance, I just want to say... Thank you for saving me.
Huh? Don't get the wrong idea. I only saved you so we could complete that formula and defeat Dottore once and for all. Even if he did crawl back from the grave to make us all miserable again.
That doesn't matter. You're still a hero.
Alright. But it wasn't just me. All I did was lend my brilliant mind to the cause and take care of one part of the plan. Although, I'm not denying it would have fallen apart without me. You got that right. You're amazing. But how did you go from from a lifeless pile of scrap to looking like this? Well, I'm always trying to put it a bit more gently, but yeah. Where do I even start? Curse it all! Where am I? Did we do it? How much time has passed? I'm not in one of that lunatic's experimental labs, am I? Wait, Fontanian Decor. Books from the Research Institute. Phew. One thing at a time. Initiate self-diagnostics. Assess the extent of the damage. Cut power to compromised, non-essential components. Then reconstruct available action modules. Severe damage to the core. Dottore, you bastard. Polonia?
Yeah, Polonia is gone.
Polonia, wake up! Activate!
Yeah, Polonia didn't make it. Shit's so
You're in
sad.
worse shape than me. Internal gears and energy circuits are barely intact. Extreme damage to the core, just like me. Rebooting is off the table. Even if I could repair the damage, I don't know if... You used up all your critical energy in those final moments, didn't you? To protect the core of that guy in the hat, and the numerological array. Wait, the array. Yes! The prototype is still here. But can I even run it in this state? Whatever. I have to try. I just need to confirm one thing. Activate the numerological array. Connect the computing core to my body. Just like I thought. It needs too much computing power. Cut off power supply to all functions except the thinking module. Please. I just need to ask one question. Initiate query regarding the 3 moon sisters. How many living moon goddesses are there in possession of the Trilunar Authority? 1. It worked. You did it, Columbina. You made it back. But how did I survive? The self-diagnostics showed damage severe enough to shut me down for good. What triggered the reboot?
It was your love for Columbina, that's what it was.
Built-in message.
only visible after a core reboot. The final gift. Alen! Were you the one who gave me the second chance?
Yep.
But why now? What activated it? What is that? A vision? Wait, no. It's a stellar linchpin?
A stellar linchpin? What's that?
You can think of it as a rare kind of vision. As for what causes one to manifest, well, that's still unknown. But in Snezhnaya, or in Afitui's research at least, it's believed to have some connection to the third descender.
The third descender? We knew his remains were used to create the Gnosis, but this is the first we're hearing about a stellar linchpin.
You
Yep.
knew about the remains? Right, of course. Look who I'm talking to. Yes, the heavenly principles used the remains of the third descender to create the seven Gnosis as a means to consolidate the Archon system. Visions result from that same system, so extrapolating from there, it's clear that the manifestation of a vision is also, to some extent, related to the third descender. Still following? For those that wield them, visions serve as a means to channel elemental power. The same is true of stellar linchpins. The difference is that, when wielding elemental energy, stellar linchpin users often exhibit a unique kind of power that seems to come from beyond to that. It's believed that, when a stellar linchpin manifests, impurities from the remains of the third descender get fixed in place. Hence, the name. That's also believed to be the source of the strange power I just mentioned.
Damn, another type of artifact for elements? Well, nothing. Yeah. Well, another thing that could produce elemental power. Because first we had the visions and the gnosis. Those were the first ones. Before that, it was just pure energy from the light realm, which would then become split into the different categories that we now know of today, being the elemental energies, right? And then you had the ones which were unique to Nodcry, the moon wheels. So I guess you could say that. So that's like what? Gnosis, Vision, Lunar Wheel, Lunar thing, and now Stellar Linchpins, which is for the stellar reaction. So interesting. Interesting.
We've heard that visions can appear when someone has a really strong wish or desire. Stellar linchpins sound kind of similar, so does that mean...
Huh? Oh, don't look at me like that. I've never had any grand wishes or aspirations. Just a list of things that drive me up the wall. So if you're asking why this thing appeared, I have no clue.
Well, okay. Essentially, though, yeah, she does have power from the abyss, but there's no character that uses abyssal, or no playable character. Let me preface that. Playable character that uses pure abyss energy. Because in all technicality, Skirk's power are cryo. They are explained as being from the void, but hidden as cryo. But mechanically, game-wise, they are cryo. So that's one thing to keep in consideration.
All I know is that without it, the gift Elen left me, this built-in second chance, never would have triggered. The damage to my core was too severe. But thanks to the Stellar Linchpin's manifestation, it did trigger. And after my core rebooted,
I was able to repair the damage to my body. I also managed to import the numerological array, along with some of Polonia's surviving algorithms, into this form. Wait, does that mean Polonia is... Yes. Unfortunately, Polonia is... beyond repair. Oh, we're so sorry to hear that. But you also mentioned something about a final gift? Yes. Alain often spoke to me about wishes and desires when he was alive. I suppose he thought there might come a day when I wished for something, and was willing to sacrifice my own life to fulfill it. So he left me a chance to start over.
Yeah, but techniques and everything aside, yeah, that is it. But at the same time, we're talking about how it works in game, right? And in game, Skirk does cryo damage. So,
No, never. Alain once said I was his proudest masterpiece. That might sound boastful coming from me, but it's also an undeniable fact. After Alain died, I started studying how Polonia and I worked. Polonia is essentially a computational machine, so it wasn't difficult to figure out the mechanical principles there. But when it came to my own structure, that's when Alain, the Lord Artificer's true greatness, struck me once again. I attempted to imitate it when I created Catherine, but in the end, she turned out to be nothing more than a superficial replica. What? His creations go! Catherine is super impressive! We were shocked when we first found out she was a puppet! No, she's nothing compared to what Alain was able to create. Some of the mechanical principles of my own core are still a complete mystery to me. Keeping that gift hidden wasn't even a challenge for him. Just a shame I had to waste it on fighting the Tory. I just couldn't stand the thought of him coming out on top. If you put it that way, the world owes me a whole lot then, doesn't it? Wait, but all this still doesn't explain what you're doing here. Risley said you rented the ship and even had some kind of fishing permit? That's because I'm trying to go back to the place Alain and I lived when he was alive. My former home, I suppose you could say. The second chance wasn't the only part of the gift. According to the message, Alain left me a few other things that are stored in the house we shared together. I'm hoping that whatever he left me can help fix certain anomalies in my rebooted core. And help me understand why I received a stellar linchpin in the first place. Okay, so go back then. What does that have to do with fishing? To think I'm
but I
talking
will
to the
say this
same
pound
ears
for
of
pound.
Fontaine. Did you forget that the water levels have been rising for centuries? I can't just go back to the place I used to live because now it's underwater.
Well,
Oh,
she is the
right.
moon goddess. She
With the
wields the
rising water levels
Triloon
and
authority,
changes in terrain,
which were ra-
it's not
which
just a
were
matter of how
held by her
linear it
prior
is,
sisters.
but also
So now
keeping
she's
away
the
any
only true
sediment
moon
or debris.
goddess.
But Fontaine law prohibits unauthorized individuals and organizations
Mm-hmm.
from excavating underwater ruins. Amelazine caught me the minute I even made an attempt. Why not apply for authorization then? And face the endless slog of Fontainian bureaucracy. No thanks. Besides, I'm a Fatui harbinger. The diplomatic implications alone would be enough to give the gestionnaires at the Palais Mermonia a headache. A fishing permit, on the other hand, isn't difficult to obtain at all. Minimal paperwork required, and under the name Guillotin, the application was a cinch. So you're exploiting a legal loophole? Am I? That underwater home belongs to me. If I happen to chance upon it while doing some fishing, what's the issue with that? Of course, I do have to catch some fish to put in the aquarium, just in case the gestionnaires come to check up on things. That's also the reason I hired someone to man the front desk. Huh? But isn't that kind of a waste? You went to all the trouble of getting a business license and rented out this giant ship. Just for show? If you want to run an aquarium that bad, be my guest. Use the facilities however you want. I'm certainly not going to stop you. All I want is to go back home and see what other gifts Elen wanted me to inherit. Hold on. Enough about me. What are you two even doing here?
Hmm.
Seriously? They've been in there forever. The reaction when they saw each other was strange, to say the least. We're lucky I was nice enough to leave the room and give them some space. Back in the Masters of the Nightwind, I'm the one who gets to kick people out. Just want to know what they're talking about. Should I cast a little eavesdropping spell? No, what am I thinking? I'm Granny Eastly, the great shaman of the Masters of the Nightwind. I can't do something like that. This is just ridiculous. Making me wait out here for so long? Where's their respect for their elders?
Ah, here they are.
Were you back there arguing or something? What took you so long?
The two of you are already acquainted with Miss Guillotin, then?
Oh, yep. But don't worry, we got everything sorted. Sandrone agreed to let us shoot on the ship, but it has to be when she's not here.
When she's not here?
That's right. You'll excuse me if I didn't exactly ask for this little reunion. I wasn't planning on seeing anyone. Like I said, my core is severely damaged. Even with the gift, there are anomalies that are making things unstable. I don't even know if I can continue to function without issues. So the priority is to fix these anomalies and get answers to my own questions. Then, I can see the people that need seeing. Anyway, just let Sandrone know when you plan to film Xavier, and she'll, steer clear.
I do hope I'm not causing Miss Guillotin too much trouble.
No! She just wants to keep a low profile for her own, complicated reasons. She doesn't want anyone else to know she's here.
Understood. I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
Oh, and St. Lolly?
Huh? You mean Miss Guillotin? What does she want? Oh, please don't let it be about the pajamas. What? Why are you telling me all this?
I asked the Traveler about you, and I've decided it's best to be open in this instance. I can understand if you'd rather not work for a Harbinger. Regardless, the room on the ship is yours to keep. You're an acquaintance of the Traveler, and I plan to honor that.
Wait, she's actually nice? It's not a problem. The captain also worked for the Fatui, and he helped Natlan a great deal. We know that there are good people among your ranks. Besides, I've been around long enough to know what it means to earn one's keep. This isn't Natlan, and I don't expect special treatment. Besides, sitting at a desk isn't exactly backbreaking work.
I appreciate that perspective, great shaman.
Seat Lolly. Just call me Seat Lolly. That title makes me sound so... old.
You are old.
Seat
I
Lolly.
like old women, by the way, so
Traveler and I
yeah.
are looking for something, so we'll be heading underwater together soon. I'll leave the ship in your care while we're gone.
Together? How often?
Not too often. We're heading out in a bit, but I'll be available if you need something.
You couldn't, go alone?
Nope.
I wanted to, but she was concerned about my physical well-being, so she offered to come with.
Damn, Sitlali's jealous.
Guess my mental well-being means nothing then.
Huh?
Yes, my other wife is getting angry at me. Oh no. Uh, yes. Yes, but still though, pound for pound, the strongest um cryo DPS in my personal opinion right now is Kirk. She is still the strongest DPS in this game. At least when it comes to cryo. It was Ayaka for a bit, right? Ayaka was pretty strong. But like with no consolations, without even her signature weapon, just with a 5-star that has like a subset that she can use, Skirk is a monster. She is a monster DPS, I'm not gonna lie. Mainly because she can one-shot any boss that is somewhat weak to cryo gets one-shot. Masori is a weaker boss, but he's one of the few bosses that has he has no resistances across the board, so you can equally test any element since he does not have resistance to particular elements. Because, for example, Wildskirk is a damage monster against any element that is not cryo. So, for example, the cryo Whopper Flower, I couldn't fight with her. The Electro and Pyro Cryo Flowers are a different case. They would probably get one shot by Skirk.
Show no mercy! Fulfill our path! Obey! Man, hold the line! Unleash! Do your master's bidding! Show no mercy!
Rest and rebuild!
Never fraud goes out! Merciless. You two! Time to end them!
Let's move out.
Hold the line! Obey! Unleash! By ordinance divine!
As you can see, Skirk is a damage monster. Like, she genuinely is so strong that, yeah, she can one-shot a lot of bosses. A lot of bosses. And keep in mind, you do have to consider that most enemies at this point in the game are stronger. Because once you reach a certain point in Genshin, the monsters, or not the monsters, but the enemies are over leveled. For example, at my current world level, the max enemy level is 95. My characters are level 90. Characters can be, as I said, increased to 100, but you need to get a constellation for a character that's already C6, and then you can use the currency to then upgrade those characters to level 100 to over level a character. But again, that's going to take a while. I do believe that right now, in its early stages, you can't really do it. But the newest feature, the Temper Thyself journey, this means that every year you'll be able to get a set number of consolations. So every year you'll be able to get, let's see, a period lasts for like, you can say more than a month, like 2 months. So like you'll be able to get a few consolations a year. The only thing is that you can't um you can claim more than one of the same character. And I'm pretty sure Genshin did that because a lot of people tend to chase meta. So I'm sure if you could just get the same character over and over, people just like build very vertically, not horizontally. Because I do feel like when you reach a point where you're at C6 for all of the like base characters, like whether it be Chi-Chi, or any other character that is available on that, any copy you get after that point is just Stellar Fortuna. So if you lose a 50-50 to any of those characters, you can just transfer it into Stellar Fortuna, which you can then use to level your characters past level 100. So it will take a longer time for the players that are not whales to get level 100 characters. But it's not a complete impossibility, which is not bad. Hopefully I was able to effectively communicate my thoughts on everything there, and y'all uh understand. Yeah. Ah. I'm having to think of a little team idea. Unironically, this has been the best team for low end free team. I have an idea here, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work. That's the thing. It's probably gonna fail miserably. But I thought of a little idea that might work.
Very well.
It's gonna be a really
Shall
weird
put my
team.
official duties to one side for the moment.
Set up. Okay. Now for the final slot, I wanna put in someone a bit different to give it an elemental reaction. Well, if you want, go back in the stream and see what happened to me before you say that.
Please select target for cleanup sequence.
And then come back and then tell me after.
Alright, amuse me.
I have no idea here. Hopefully this is not Midnight Master I'm about to fight, because I made the mistake of fighting Midnight Master a few times.
Right now, emerge.
Yes, I did. I did do a temple earlier. That's true. But Erica, what do you think of the team though? Keep in mind my Aito is not using a 5-star right now. He's using a 4-star weapon, which does have a good substat, but he is not using his signature. I would like to get him his signature eventually, but this will just have to do as a temporary. But given that he has a C1, and did I get a C1? Yep. Given that Aito has a C1, yeah, I just whipped up this team. This team actually works really well.
Come on out, right here.
I do wonder what will happen if I try to do a full rotation on this team, you know? So I just feel like well, hey, it don't matter. What do you mean it don't matter? So you didn't see what happened to me earlier, hmm? But yeah. So I think the team rotation we're gonna do is we'll put up Enefa's shield first. Then we'll do Yai Miller Yai Miller Yai Miko pillars. Then we'll do Kalmina skill burst. Then we do Ayato burst then skill. Then we hold it down his attack on skill, you know? And we're just gonna I bet you Chow we're just gonna fly through Masanori's Hell. Watch and see. I feel like his second phase is gonna die almost instantly with this setup, honestly. Yeah, okay, Cha, we don't talk about that. Cha. No. Cha. Listen. Okay, listen. Let's pretend that didn't happen. I meant to say Yai Miko pillars. Heiress to the Miller Light Company.
Let me try.
Right now, emerge, right here. A moonlit night for all.
Mind the danger.
Oh my! I messed up the rotation, chat. Chat, did y'all see that? His fucking health fucking evaporated. What was that? Okay. And that's the thing, I messed up the rotation too. Alright. I'll stop using him to test. Fine, alright. I will stop using him for testing. Since, as you said, he's too weak. I'll go test on the desert pyramid.
Right here.
Yeah, he's gonna die. Alright. Okay. Yeah, he dies too quickly. I'm not sure if you saw the full rotation, but he died before I could even really set it up properly. Yeah, I raised my eyebrow like, what are we trying to say? Alright, chat, let's do this.
Annihilation mode. Show them. Emerge, right now.
Chat, Did you see that? Oh my goodness. The desert pyramid actually melted. There's no. This thing has like a millions of HP. By the way, that's the thing. This thing doesn't have a little bit of HP. I'll look it up. Like I'll actually go look it up real quick. I mean, do I have to spell it out for you?
Come on out. Emerge. Right here. We must take one's initiative.
Ding ding ding. She's right. Body fat. Hmm. Hmm. Although attack a thing real quick, just get some energy, and yeah, alright, back to the pyramid. So I have my ult ready, so I can add back in. So I think yeah, that is crazy that that's how that worked. So chat, we're gonna hop down and fight the desert pyramid again. You can start a timer, and let's see how fast it dies, right, chat? This thing likely will die within 20 seconds with a perfect rotation.
Show them. Right now.
My day.
But that was quite a start, I would say.
We must take one's initiative.
Cascade.
Yeah, it seems this feels so busted. Like, I just need to use 2 of these, and yeah, they're just gonna die. I didn't have to do anything. They're just gonna die. I just stood still.
We must take one's initiative.
So, Jai, essentially that robot, the giant pyramid, is higher level than Masanori. The Overseer Matrix, I think it's called, or the The algorithm of samurai entrance and matrix of overseer network. Let me search it up and see how much HP it has at level 103. Because I'm genuinely kind of curious. Okay. So, hmm. Huh. Am I seeing this right or I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, so chat, if you're here at level 103, the boss has approximately 9.26 million HP when boosted, but typically overworld variants will only have about 1 million HP. So it can have up to 9 million HP, but for the overworld version, it's 1 million. But so that is fucking crazy. I want something that has more HP, but isn't weaker, you know? So I'm wondering what I could fight instead. That won't be a BS fight, but would have like a decent amount of HP. Because even for this thing, that feels a bit squishy. How much does Knuckle Duckle have? That's my question. I wonder. Yeah. Okay. So, Knuckle Duckle base HP that scales on the game mode based on your party size. In solo play, it starts with 1.4 million HP or 1.497420 HP. So, 1.4 mil. Basically 1.5 mil if you round up, because like it's pretty close to that. So let's go use him as a testing dummy.
Cleaning outdoor environments, or alternatively, I could accompany you for a period of sunbathing.
If we can kill this thing within, I wanna say a few minutes. I think we've done something good here. Honestly, let's get an Ino's toolbox eventually. Oh yeah, it's definitely tougher.
Right now, nothing lasts
We still managed to kill it pretty fast. That was within, I want to say, 20 to 25 seconds from start to finish. We could say 30 to be fair, but the main difference with this is it just felt like it moved around way more than the Matrix, the assignment, you know, or the semi-intrinsic overseer network. So a certain Simon Manus, if you will, but yeah. But yeah, the knuckle duckle was pretty tough though. Again, there is very big room for improvement on my Ayato, especially because it's no secret my Ayato. I do want to get his signature weapon for him eventually because I do feel kind of bad. The Ayato is kind of stuck using a 4-star weapon, and this is a good 4-star weapon for him, right? I don't want it to sound like, oh yes, oh woe is me, I don't have the signature weapon. But at the same time, his damage would be improved because this only gives 27.6% crit rate. And this is at max level R5, right? Whereas we could get him a better weapon, or I think his signature weapon does crit damage. Also with his C1, this is a very, very good C1. Since it means that his skill where he does those slashes, increase the damage is increased by 40% against an opponent with 50% or less HP. So let's say you can set up the rotation and you can get it down to 50% HP and then you pull him out. He's going to be doing 40% increased damage to the opponent since they're below the 50% HP threshold. Now that's a bit more difficult when it comes to very high HP bosses, since you can't really tackle them the same way. And honestly, while this does kind of match him, it doesn't work just based on the main stat of this weapon. Because it's physical. He does not want to do physical damage. So, unironically, I do kind of wish I could use it on him, but it just won't work, you know? And this weapon also kind of fits his aesthetic, but again, the main thing is the substat, so it just wouldn't work, you know? Look at his constellations, though. His biggest constellations are definitely his C1, his C2, and his C6. His C4 is also pretty good, after, using his art. Only by party members will have a 15% normal attack speed, will gain 15% increased normal attack speed for 15 seconds. Genshin really should just make layered weapons. That's what I'm saying, just make a layered weapon so I can just, have my weapon look cool. I'm tired of having a weapon and it doesn't fit the character, at least until I get my signature. At least let me be able to layer another weapon appearance over another one. If you own a weapon, you should be able to use its appearance on any other weapon. That's what I'm saying. You should be able to. But I think once I can do it again, I will be getting another concession for Ayato. Because Ayato is not necessarily he's weird, right? He scales on HP, but not at the same time. That's what makes Ayato so weird. His HP does kind of affect his damage, but it also kind of doesn't. It's hard to explain. Also, keep in mind that's the damage my Ayato is doing on this. He's on 787. Now, eventually, I will like to get my Ayato triple crowned. It would be really nice to get him triple crowned. it's gonna be a bit of a, it's gonna be a bit of work. Especially in that, like, I do have to work on certain things for him. But I do feel once he's up and running, yeah, Aito's gonna be really good. Like, trust me, chat, like, he's gonna be really good. Of course, I need to crown my. I'm gonna double crown my Columbina right now.
Come on, now. Showtime. Emerge. We know sequence initial. Confirmed.
Okay, continue challenge. Let's try that again.
Right here. Flame.
I wanna say that should be enough. Let's head back to the main town and go to the crafting table over there. See what's on the menu. Meat back on the menu. Alright, sorry. Couldn't help it. I saw the chance shot and I took it, alright? I took the chance. Hmm. Let's see. Where is it? Events. What's I even gonna do again? I forgot. Oh yeah, I came here to use the crafting table. And to, we'll save that for Tuesday, alright? No, I was not going to do that. That is bullshit. Yeah, we'll craft like, we won't craft up the full amount. We'll craft like about, for now we'll craft 20. A bonus too. Alright. Let's let me go to my character and go to Columbina. Columbina, it is time for you to ascend. Let's do this shit. Boom! Alright, bet. We need 2 more books and then chat. We could double crown, or we could triple crown Columbina today, actually. Like, no lie. What do you mean say it? I ain't saying nothing. I never said anything like that. Y'all are trying to frame me here. I'm being defamed, I tell you. I'll say it on one condition. But you have to agree to my condition off stream. That's the only way I'll say it. That's the only way I'll say that infernal word again. Nope. You have to agree to my conditions. We're one book short. One book short. Ugh, God damn it, man. Thought it down to the math, but I missed by one book. Okay, now we should have enough. Chat. Boom. Triple crown fucking Columbina chat. Let's go. Do you know how big this is? What condition? I'll tell you about it off stream. We'll negotiate later. But if you agree to hear me out later, then yes, I will do it. All right. But chat, why must you torture me? So why am I being tortured? Do it. Well, I need to know if Owen agrees to my conditions. As long as he says yes, you have yourself a deal. Schmeckles. What the fuck is a schmeckle? I swear to God. Okay, deal. That was the entire schmeckle saving right there. Well, Erica's redeemed it. Luckily, it's just us here, and there's nobody else here, so I have not much to worry about. Thank goodness, because that would be quite the conundrum if I had to worry about that. But yeah. So, are you ready for this? I'm blushing. Damn it.
Everything's in place and they've taken the bait. Yes.
It's been years
Now
since I've
start
had to do
reeling
this,
them in.
but I see I am left with no other choice. So without further ado, I'm blushing so hard right now. No, I can't do this. I can't do it. All right, I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. Ooh. Alright. It's done. It's done. No. 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 What have I done? What evil have I released upon the world? No. 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 You better not. Oh my fuck. Oh.
I'm sure I've
Really?
forgotten something. Not to worry. I'll simply send
Really?
someone to fetch it.
Really? That's the image you're gonna put. What is this? Okay, sure. Monshap, my Columbina is officially triple crown. Let's go. So she'll output the most damage she actually can. So let's go and test against Pyramid again. Oh yeah, I have a lot of Mora. Or at least I had a lot of Mora. Do I still have a lot of Mora? I might still have a lot of Mora. I wonder if the pyramid will melt even faster this time round, since, well, my Columbina is even stronger. Yes.
Right now, ultimatum protocol.
Kamisato up. Suiyu.
A sight to behold.
To be fair, the rotation was not perfect there, honestly, so... So I can't necessarily say if it was better, because I don't know. YouTube got rid of clipping.
Emerge. Right here.
This
Right
is
now.
bullshit. Wait, for real? They got rid of clipping?
Be still.
That makes no sense. Why'd they get rid of clipping? That is a YouTube L, I'm not gonna lie. They did what? Yeah. Yep. They've indeed removed clipping, so now what you'll need to do if you want to create a clip is likely... Yeah, I don't know why they took away that feature. That was actually like a good feature, so... Huh. That's weird. Like, who asked for them to remove the clipping feature? I don't get it.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Come on out. Emerge. Right here.
Mind control. Be still.
I mean, I'd say that wasn't bad. That was pretty good. But yeah. Damn. That is unfortunate that YouTube has removed clipping. Damn, I can't believe that actually. I never thought that would happen. I'm kind of shocked, honestly. If I'm being real with you. How much more do I have after that double crowning? Kind of curious. I still have 11 million more. Bruh. Damn, I'm not short on Mora. That's for sure. I got plenty. But I am short on a few resources. Like, I like these because, like, you see, like, when it comes to these, I have, like, 2,000. So I never need to collect these if I don't want to again. Same for these, I have, like, 1,038. Same for these, I have 1,000 gears. I had 1,000 of these, but I spent some, so that's why I'm below 1,000 on these. The hand guards, well, they're a pain in the ass. That's why I don't have 1,000 hand guards, honestly. Okay. A lot of those are from the newer area. That's why I don't have many of these. And these are from the Temple of Space enemies. So I don't have many of those either. Also, I want to have more of these. I don't have many just because I never really visit the area where they spawn much. Also, kind of same for these, which are the from the way up manifestations in Natlan. So there's a lot of things I don't have a lot of, you know? Am I still awake? Yes, I'm still awake. What do you think it is? Hmm? Oh, you missed on the ceremony. I officially triple crowned my Columbina, so I do think eventually I will try to double crown Yai. That'll be a good option. Also, I think I'll go for a double crown on Anafa as well. At least for her skill and her burst. That'll be a good increase. As for Raito, he's kind of like Zhao. You want to upgrade him somewhat evenly, I feel like, so. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's see. Who else? Who else? I do eventually want to double crown Kazuo as well. Zhao, I can eventually get him done. Skirk. She's another one I will eventually triple crown because I love Skirk, so why not? Raiden at least deserves a double crown, so I have to definitely double crown her as well. Simple Alma. Think she's a good double crown. Maybe I'll double crown her too, probably. Who else? Milani wouldn't be a bad double crown, you know. She definitely wouldn't be. Same for Sigwin. Ato definitely not. His normals literally do nothing unless you're trying to play him physical. Alright, I'll keep that in mind then. Okay, I won't triple crown Ayato then. I'll only like double crown him on his burst and skill. If his... I mean, that's just like a overall goal thing. Like, I'm not saying that that's gonna be my main focus. Because my main focus is usually just skill and normal. The only difference that hasn't quite been... I triple crown characters I like, right? So Columbina as a character, even though I know her normals probably aren't the best, I still wanted to triple crown her anyway. Even though I probably could have just kept doing her normal attacks. Since most of her stuff comes from her, I believe, her elemental skill and burst. I just love Columbina, so.
Yes. Now
Again, it's not something I'll do now, it's something I'll do eventually. So his is like further down the priority list, but skill and burst for other characters are higher up on that priority list, you know? So eventually his turn will come and he'll get, you know, something. Okay, that sounded so bad. So eventually he'll get his turn, his chance in the sun, but for the time being, I doubt it. But chat, I want to talk about something that's very important to me, and I hope that you'll give me the time. I hope you'll listen to me. So I've been actually watching anime again. Yes, the anime mom is back, baby. All right. So I've been watching anime again. I watched 3 seasons of an anime in the last
as soon as I remember
2 days. I'm not going to lie. And over that season, each season, well, one season was a 24 episode. So, yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. I was just kidding. Yep. Essentially, it's a play on a particular somebody that I don't really have the most positive opinion of, but we won't talk about that.
I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the look on my retained.
I mean, you can come to me for most anime recommendations, you know?
Panic-stricken, but unable to
You're
muster
not
the
wrong.
courage to say anything
Exactly.
in
That's what
opposition.
I'm saying. I have the...
This is a friend.
Yes. Like, whether you need this or you need that, I got you. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, you're my mom, yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, that's me, alright. Yes, I watched an anime. So, I watched 3 seasons. The first season was 24 episodes. The second season was broken into 2 parts, being 12 episodes each, and the final season was another 24 episodes.
Not
And
to
if
worry,
I'm being
I'll simply
honest,
send someone to fetch it. As soon as I remember what it was.
this is an anime that's very popular, right? And a lot of people like say, "Oh, this anime is so great." But if I'm being honest, chat, it was alright. Like, to be honest, chat, I wasn't particularly, it felt very tacky in a lot of senses of the word, because like it always felt like, there were no stakes, or at least the only stakes that existed within the anime are, anytime there were stakes, they would always conveniently arrive at a solution that will completely remove the stakes that were at hand. So it just felt like it worked against the anime actually having any real depth or any real like emotional impact, because you could have kind of guessed the outcome before it even happened, right? Or maybe not fully guess it, but once the anime reaches a certain point, you're like, oh, so well, that basically meant nothing. So yeah, if y'all want me to go talk about, say, name the anime, I will. But like, if I state my opinion, I do feel like I'm gonna ruffle a lot of feathers, because like I know there are a lot of people that like this anime. No, it's not Solo Leveling. It's another anime. It's another power fantasy anime, but it is not Solo Leveling that I'm referring to, at least in this case.
Everything's in place and I've taken the bait. Yes. Now to start reeling them in.
Ruffle those feathers. All right, chat. I'm gonna say it. The anime I am talking about is that time I got reincarnated as a slime. It was mid. Oh, okay. That may sound crazy to say, but I'm going to like, when it comes to anime, I'm very honest about what I think about a show. And honestly, it it wasn't as crazy as I thought it was gonna be. Cause I remember someone had hyped it up, and said that, oh yeah, it's like the best anime ever. So like it was on my back burner for a while, and I was like, I mean, it's an isekai, yeah. But let's just say a particular person was like telling me that I needed to watch this anime.
Right now, right here, right now. In the relationship.
And yeah. I watched it, and no, well, that's the thing. I've watched other isekai anime that are not like that, right? Because like you don't need an overpowered MC to make an anime interesting. One of my favorite, I guess you can say, isekais was Farming Life in Another World. And like it is such a great anime that I can recommend it to anybody, specifically because it is a very interesting concept. It focuses on like, the character, focusing on what they love doing within the world, and like everything else is like built around that idea, right? It's not trying to be an action anime. It's not trying to be, the next OP protagonist, right? It's trying to tell a message of someone who's starting a life in a foreign place, right? Yeah. I was just really let down with a lot of decisions that were made, or a lot of the story writing within the anime that felt very tacky, and that even if there were stakes, those stakes would end up meaning absolutely nothing, right? So I watch all these episodes of, like, and thinking that something happened, only for it to be like, oh yeah, you can do this, and if you do that and you do this, then boom, that reverses everything that happened. And it's just like,
Everything's in place and they've taken the bait.
are
Yes.
are we being dead ass right now?
Now just start reeling them in.
So yeah, honestly, I people have hyped this anime up a lot and said that, oh yeah, this is such a great isekai, but honestly, it's alright. I like Rimuru. I like Rimuru character. Design wise, like, listen, I'm talking about specifically the story content. Design wise, the anime was well animated, right? The there were certain characters I liked. I like Benny Maru's sister because, well, she has pink hair. She's really cool.
I have to
As
strangle
well.
a smile
So
every time I remember the look on my retainers' faces when I informed them of my plans today.
honestly,
Panic-stricken, but unable to muster the courage to say
with the
anything in
first
opposition.
episode, I was kind of interested, or I was interested in seeing what the story had to say, right? And for the most part, the first episode was very unique in the sense of when you first see him become a slime, it was very reminiscent to, like, the glass effects in Land of the Lustrous, which, like, if you know me and you know the anime I like, Land of the Lustrous is like is a top anime in my opinion, easily. With, like, and especially given, like, the story of that anime, it just left me wanting more of it because the style was so unique, especially for the studio that made it, and the fact that nobody was doing that at the time. They had, like, this, when you first see him pop up as a slime, they had, like, this kind of realistic, semi-realistic rotoscoped glass effect for his slime body then, but
Sure,
they
I've
just,
forgotten
like,
to
said
warn you.
they just threw that away.
Not to worry,
After the
something
first
sensible
episode,
to
we
fetch it.
never saw that
As
again.
soon as
And I actually found that pretty interesting because it was a very interesting look, and it actually kind of was like one of those things that I remember about it. But yeah, just overall speaking, like, I came into it wanting to be surprised because, like, when I come into an anime, like, if I'm watching a series, I try not, and it's hard to do this. I'm not gonna say this is an easy thing to do, but often when I'm watching a show, I try not to set my expectations too high, right? Because, like, there are a lot of times that people, like, will say, "Oh, this is the best thing ever," and da, 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 and then you watch and then you're disappointed, right? Because you come into it, like, based on their words, you're expecting something like that you've never seen before, but then you're like, "Oh, this is just all right," So
everything's in
I try
place
not
and
to
they've
come
taken
into
the
it
bait.
with much expectations, and for the most part, there were
Now
some
start
good parts
reeling
about
them
the
in.
anime, right? As I said, the animators, they did their job well. The characters are consistent. It's for sure better than the guy the gyro frame skip where he slides down the hill in one in one smooth motion without disturbing the grass. So to give them credit where credit is due, there is no shortcuts taken within the animation. The animation is fluid. The animation looks pleasing to watch, but a lot of it just boils down to the story, right? Like, I'm not saying that it isn't nice to see, like, I'm trying to choose my words because, like, when I explain or when I talk about things, I try to be as honest with you all as possible, right? my main issue with the show just came down to it felt like things were too convenient, right? For example, the character comes into this world, right? And like he struggles a little bit for maybe like the first 10 minutes, and then boom, he runs into a legendary being that gives him the ability to see.
I'm sure I've forgotten something. Not to worry, I'll simply send someone to fetch it.
Boom, he's able to make healing potions using the things that were in the cave with the legendary thing that he found, and he has like all these different things and ores and so off rip dude has jackpot levels of luck, right? Now he makes a promise, he gets, his wish granted, whatever. He forms a pact with a legendary being, right? At this point. Then after that, he just walks out, finds a goblin village, and just becomes chief.
I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the look on my retainers' faces when I inform them of my plans today.
Some wolves come along, dude just like kills all of them. They pledge loyalty to him immediately.
Yes, this was a fine idea.
It's like, oh, you can name them. Because of everything, he has enough power. He can just name everyone. So you see what I mean? Like, it just feels like things are just they come way too easily, and like take Chainsaw Man for example. I never finished Chainsaw Man. I'd watched the first episode, but like the first episode hit so hard, right? Even though Chainsaw Man is a supernatural show, there was very real impact in that first episode because you realize, Denji, the main character, is going through severe poverty, right? He's working for a boss, like he's doing jobs and like he's barely making it in life. That's reality, right? And it really makes you connect with the character because you can empathize with what the character is going through. But when it comes to like a character like the main character of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a slime, there's not really a lot of that. I mean, I guess you feel bad that he dies in the first episode, right? And there's something that happens in the second season that happens that you feel a bit bad about, but as I said, the stakes do not matter, right? Even though like the chances of him being able to succeed at what he was trying to do in that season was 3%, he managed to get a 3% chance for every single person and managed to succeed and completely undo what had happened.
I'm sure I've forgotten something.
So it just felt like,
Not to worry, I'll simply send someone to fetch
because
it.
when it comes, I like seinen, right? Or I wouldn't necessarily say I like tragic anime because I do love slice of life anime where the feelings are very wholesome and the story is very simple and there's not much on the line, right? I love action anime where it's more action oriented as well because like I'm a Dragon Ball fan, so I can't sit here and say I don't like action anime. I do, but at the same time, like there was always growth when it came to like when you're watching Dragon Ball and you watch Goku, for example, right? Like there are many times we watch him lose, we watch him die, and then he went and trained and came back, and like he was through that rigorous training and that preparation, he was able to take on a challenge that he couldn't face in the past. So it always felt like there was growth there. But with this character, it feels like he doesn't really need to do much to get what he wants, right? Also, in the next like 2 seasons, like after I watch I mean, well, if I must say it, some people don't like reality and stuff, so they just want to live through the life of being overpowered, to have strength, to have everything fall at their feet.
I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the look on my retainers' faces when I inform them of my plans today.
I'm trying to collect my thoughts on that specific statement. I guess that's the thing that people want.
Yes.
And that's a thing that people will crave, but at the same time, I think I agree with what Erica's saying. I enjoy that in video games, right? Because video games are an escape for me. I guess it's different for different people. People want to treat anime as an escape, and that's whatever, right? I'm not gonna judge someone because they treat a medium as their escape from problems that they're having, right? But it's people that like to kind of live vicariously through these characters that make these characters lack depth and that ultimately take away from what could be an interesting story, right? Sometimes. I'm not gonna say that happens all the time.
I'm sure I've forgotten something. Not to worry, I'll simply send someone to fetch it. As soon as I remember what it
Because, you
was.
know, think like Genshin, right? You can even say Genshin is a power fantasy in a sense, right? Because, like, all my characters are built by me. They're only as strong as I make them, right? Because when I go to a character, right? Let's say I go to my Columbine, I triple crown her. She's now the strongest she can be. I get her constellation, she gets stronger. I get like her signature weapon, she gets stronger. I get her the best artifact, she gets stronger. You see what I mean? Like, so I directly control how strong my stuff is, right? So in a sense, I'm the one in control here, right?
Come on out. Emerge. We know people converge.
Kamisato, Suiyu.
So yeah, in a sense, like, this is more control than any, you know, power fantasy anime you'll ever get. You know, just through playing games. But I do feel that's also, and that exact reason that you stated of like people wanting to live through characters is exactly why you see so much toxicity, especially in anime fandoms, when it comes to people giving a different opinion than, you know, it's, oh yeah, this is a great anime, because in reality, like, whether someone likes your favorite show or not, it shouldn't really matter, right? But a lot of fandoms, anyone who doesn't agree with their with what they think is also like, this person is blank, so
Becomes the hunted.
so in a sense I do, agree with you that, likely you are right. It is people wanting to like live in a world that is not the real world. Because everybody needs an escape from something in their life, right? Not everyone wants to sit and deal with problems, and that's understandable. But at the same time, yeah, it does breed certain things that are not good, especially within the anime community. Because I don't want to pull this card, but I'm gonna be real with you, right? There is a lot, and I mean a lot, of racism within the anime community, especially. Like, with people being, racist towards, like, people who do cosplays of characters, maybe, because, like, where they did or they do a cosplay of another character. When in reality, anybody should be able to cosplay who they want, right? Because that's what it should be about, appreciating a medium and like enjoying what it has to offer. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into the details of this because I don't want to make this a very dark stream, and very emotionally distressing. But there was a cosplayer that passed away due to online harassment based on the fact that they were very racist towards her for cosplaying characters that are in the anime Japanese, but because she's not, you know, light-skinned enough, people made like very terrible comments. They harassed her, and she ended up making a very permanent and very sad decision based on that. And that's why, like, yeah, there are people like that I really don't appreciate. And while, in past, I've wanted to do, and I still do want to do cosplays, or I would like to, like, do it just for fun. I don't think I want to go to conventions and stuff like that just based on those types of things, I wouldn't feel comfortable being at a convention because I know there's gonna be some idiot there that's gonna want to say some shit or make some kind of sideways comment because I want to cosplay a character that isn't um let me put this melanated, So let's put it that way. I'll send you a message on Instagram. Alright, I'll check it. Is it on Instagram or on Discord? Cause oh yeah, Instagram's in sleep mode. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I saw your DM. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, it truly is sad. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. Like, I appreciate that you would be willing to do that, but at the same time, like, I don't know if I should go. Like, I don't know. It just feels too unsafe. And it's funny. Imagine that I have to say that I don't feel safe in like the one place that which you should be able to feel safe when it comes to like enjoying something, right? Can't feel safe there. It's like, bruh. So yeah, that's why. Well, power fantasy is a genre, and I don't think, or it's there are many genres, right? There's mecha, there's romance, slice of life, fighting, action. I often find that sometimes the most toxic fandoms I mean, I don't think it's just well, yes, but at the same time, it's just that a fact that people don't have etiquette. And I do feel like the fact that the internet does give anonymity in a sense makes people way more cruel and way more willing to do things that they wouldn't do in a face-to-face conversation. I'm not saying not all of them would do that, but the majority of them that do this type of online harassment and and like, stuff like that, they wouldn't do this IRL. Especially if people around them knew the type of person they were, they would not do that. And we've reached a stage, especially when it comes to like just online stuff, where like, yeah, the fact that it makes people okay with being racist, with being bigoted, with being Mike Tyson said something similar. Lol, wait, for real? I didn't know he talked about that, honestly. But on that same token, though, then when the situation flips and it's on their doorstep, it happens to them, then they'll want sympathy, and that's how people are, and that's why I don't like most human beings. That is the exact reason why.
Yes, this was a fine idea.
Nah, Erica got you first. She said it first. She said Jinx first. You got Jinx, you owe her a soda. Yeah, but social media made y'all too comfortable with disrespecting people. And again, punch in the face for it, yeah.
I'm
But
sure
yeah,
I've forgotten
yeah,
something.
but you're right.
Not
He
to
said
worry,
it, and
I'll simply send someone to
it
fetch
holds
them.
true even
As
today,
soon as I remember
because
the
people only
place.
want to act tough when people don't know the type of person they are. As soon as like the people closest to them figure it out, everything crumbles. Everything. The whole like online tough person, it all goes away. No, well, I could see the live chat, right? Yeah. Yes, sorry. Yeah, you didn't win that one. Says, yo, Erica Soda.
I have to stifle a smile every time I remember the look on my retainers' faces when I
But yeah,
inform them of my plans today.
but on
Parents
that same
looking, but
token though, that is to
unable
say
to
that
muster the courage to say
there's a
anything
lot
in
of things
opposition.
I do not appreciate within the anime community. I
Yes,
love
this was
anime,
a
because like, let me talk to y'all, let me indulge you. And I'm sorry if this is going on for a long while, but I found anime a very long time ago. I believe it was around 2017 or 2018 that I watched my first anime, which was an anime movie. And that movie sparked my love for anime and made me want to like continue watching it as a medium. And I've watched many anime since then. And what I do want to say is there are so many anime and there are so many different stories that these animes set out to tell. Recently, I watched a very good anime. I'll talk about the anime eventually, but it was really, really good. And the story it told is something that's very, very real. And I'm not saying that anime can't be an escape in a sense, but anime, it has the opportunity to be a lot of different things, just like something like music or art has the capability to be. You know, it's both a way to connect people and a way that we can share an enjoyment of something. And anime can do a lot of things. An anime can make you laugh, it can make you cry, it can make you reflect, it can make you grow as a person because it sets certain things into perspective. And I feel like that's what should be the focus often. And that's why, if I'm being honest, I don't often like the anime awards because the anime awards isn't really a metric for a show's impact. It's a show of popularity, and it always will be. And the main year that showed that the most, every year, in my opinion, has showed that it's always been just the most popular anime. But the year that showed it the most was the fact that it was the year that season 1 of Frieren was within the Anime Awards, and also so was Solo Leveling. The fact that Solo Leveling won that year was beyond me, because story wise, narrative wise, musically wise, everything wise, Frieren was a better show. Let's talk about Frieren a bit. I watched Frieren, and I even rewatched it recently with Erica, and she enjoyed it. Frieren is an anime that really puts a lot of things in perspective for people, right? So, when we're introduced to Frieren as a character in the beginning of the anime, she's a very cold, very distant, and just a very aloof person, right? She's okay with like time going by because there's no need for her to rush, right? She lives for a long time, so what's the need to rush? You know? But she ends up going on an adventure with the hero party of Hamel, Heiter, and, their other companion, who is a warrior. They go on an adventure. And during that short period of time, those were some of the best years that she remembers clear as day. Even now. Like, and it's funny. I remember, you see, they come back after they subjugate the Demon King. We don't get to see them do this, of course, but we know they did it, right? They come back, and, she kind of reverts back to what she was. She's like, well, the task is done. I'll just go back. I'll see you in 6 years, right? She comes back, and she sees her friend, the person who was so strong, the person who was, this imposing figure. He's shriveled now. He's old. Life's taken its course. He's shrunk. You know, he's not the person he once was. And, Frieren realized that when she gets back, because to her it wasn't a long time, but she realized for him that wasn't the case. And what really solidified the idea of mortality for her as a long-lived species was the day she had to attend his funeral. Because we see her cry and say she wished she got to do him better. She wished she had spent more time with him. And that's something a lot of people can relate to. Not having enough time or feeling like you've wasted time, right? Anybody could feel that. And that's something that when it hits you, and you sit back and you think about it, right? You sit back and you're like, damn. Because how would it feel to have a friend, right? Let's say you lived 1,000 years, right? You're like, okay, well, I'm gonna go do some business. I'm gonna do a few things. I'll be back in 20, 25 years. You come back, and that friend you remember seeing well and healthy is basically on the way out, right? You're like, damn. And that's a very real thing for people. Because we're getting older, right? Time keeps flowing by, and we're not gonna go into everything, but eventually, and this isn't to be chaotic or to be like, but eventually, a lot of us that are here right now won't be here 200 years from now, and for people that's a scary thing to think, but it's true. But that just makes every moment that we're here now all the more worthwhile, right? You have to enjoy what you're doing, and that's why for me especially, I want to do the things I love, because I'm not going to be here forever, right? And the main thing about life is figuring out a way to live where you have no regrets. And I do feel Frieren especially talks that message a lot, because we see Frieren, she ends up when she learns that her other friend is declining in health, she visits him, right? She doesn't wait the second time. She gets there early so that she can be there with him, and that, and he kind of baits her into it a little bit, but like I feel like she kind of knew, but she just like pretended to fall for it in a sense. But, she ends up doing things that she wouldn't do in the past. She changes as a person, right? She starts to care more about others' feelings. She starts wanting to connect to people more. She starts wanting to understand how they feel more. And that's a type of growth that not many people have in life, right? There are a lot of people who go through life and they grow in certain ways, but they don't grow in others. But I do think the way to grow is to, like, not necessarily completely redesign yourself and, like, change everything, but to identify what you feel like you should change and keep the things that are you, if that makes sense. And Frieda's still the same. She's still, the elf that falls for Mimic. She's still the same person that enjoys just going in dungeons because that's what her friend does. She still is a meticulous person that'll go through a dungeon, like, even if it's the way forward, she'll be like, well, we still have more of the dungeon to explore. She's still the person that will do that, but in essence, she becomes a person that's more interested in people. So, again, sorry for the long talk. But all that is to say that there are so many good stories within anime, right? Or that so many good takeaways.
Everything's in place and they've taken the bait.
Yeah, so sorry about that. I yeah. Sorry. Mm, but yeah, I do hope that at least some of what I said makes sense, and that maybe, honestly, not many people will see this VOD. But I do hope that what I said makes sense for those of you that are here, and that in essence you were able to maybe get a new appreciation for some of these series and some of these, directors and some of these artists and some of these people that, they put their everything into what they do, and that's what I try to do. When it's come to YouTube, it's been it's been a difficult journey for me, like when it comes just to streaming and stuff, it's been a difficult journey because I love Furion as a series. It's a good, yeah. I mean, I do love Furion as a series, but it has been easy sometimes because, like, especially with YouTube, it's funny. Like, I talked about it in a prior stream, but in my younger years, I was always afraid to tell people what I wanted to do, right? Because every time I would tell people I want to do, like, streaming and shit, they'd say, oh, that's never gonna work out. So they would essentially just like try to anything they can to just completely crush my dream that I had at that time. So it just came to a point where I kept telling anybody about what I really wanted to do, or just lie to them because I don't want to tell them what I want to do if they're just gonna shit all over my dream, right? It's funny. It's really humorous, I guess you can say. Not in a hee hee ha ha way, but it's funny. Yeah, I've been doing it for years now. I still enjoy doing this. That's still the only thing I really want to do. Maybe that's fine to say because most people are like, oh, you should do something else, or you can do this instead. But you know, most of the creators who've made it especially the ones who like, have like everything stable now, they'll say like, oh, network with people, oh, do this, do that, but it doesn't work because networking isn't networking, right? It just means just use someone until to get what, or to use someone as a stepping stone to get where you want. And both met many people, great people through this, including. That is true, yeah. That is true. That is very true. And for that, I can never. I can never express how thankful I am for that. Because if I didn't do this, none of that would have happened. And yeah, I do agree with you that what I do have now is a lot worth a lot more to me than just being famous and having a fortune, because like you can have a fortune, but if you have no one to spend it on, what's the point? If you have no one to enjoy that with, like, or really share with, like, it's like, what's the point? And I've had to wrestle with a lot of things myself because, like, you know, a lot of times, you know, it's it's difficult, especially when you're starting and when you're like watching things, necessarily watching other people do all these things, and like, damn, I want to do that. It can be difficult, right? Because in my opinion, a lot of people can't understand a lot of things, right? There's reason why, and like, again, this is gonna ruffle feathers if this VOD is ever seen in the future, and sure, but there's reason why especially as I've grown as a creator and as a person, and I've seen a lot of creators change over the years, right? I've seen a lot of creators become people that are unrecognizable, you know? That they've become so consumed by just profit above all else, they don't care about the people that support them. And but these people still support them, and that's hard to watch sometimes. I'm like, you've made it, you have an audience, you have people who support you, have people who, you know, care this much and like will support what you do, and you still want to just take every bit of cash you can from these people like that. That just doesn't feel right, like it doesn't. And it baffles me that people are doing that, and that, you know, there are good creators that are like smaller and they don't really make it. The people who actually want to like make changes and actually want to do good stuff and, you know, want to do all these things, they don't. And it's really unfortunate sometimes, because sometimes I'll let you know in my head a bit, right? Sometimes there have been times I've wondered, damn, like, what would have happened if I started streaming earlier, you know? But at the same time, I wouldn't have been able to stream earlier because I didn't have what I needed back then to do what I do now. So I didn't necessarily have the same opportunity I do now. So it's funny to say. It's funny. Because the past can be changed. The past, it is what it is, right? You can't change that. But at the same time, like, my main priorities right now, or the main thing that I will want to do, I guess, Because I could live my life contently if three things are the case, or four things, right? As long as I have the people that care about me the most around me, you know, people that support me. Well, as long as I had those people around me, I could play games and watch anime and stuff like that, and listen to music. Just any activity or hobby I enjoy doing. I can stream because I love doing this, and I could, have an interconnection and just a safe home. Those are the only things I would really prioritize, right? Because for me, what's the point? Like, people set out these like big aspirations, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a millionaire by 20. I'm just like, I know. Then I'm gonna use that as a springboard to make an investment company, and then I'm gonna use that to springboard to movie directing, and then I'm gonna springboard to this, and I'm gonna springboard to that. And it's just a never-ending cycle of just wanting to just do too much, right? Whereas for me, my goals are pretty simple. For me, once I get to a certain point, I feel like I would be content, right?
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Yeah, sorry, didn't mean that for that conversation to go that long. I apologize. But it's always nice to have moments like these where I can be honest, because as a person who makes content, I'm very myself. That's one thing about me. That's good. And also, some people may see as like a thing of like, shouldn't do that, but
That's close enough.
Come on out. Emerge.
I'm just honest. That's about it. But yeah, I hope that explains everything. Sorry if it was a long talk, but thanks for sticking through it with me and listening to what I had to say. I appreciate it, chat. I appreciate it. Hey, you talking to a bird over here? Is that what I'm seeing? Yeah. I mean, my dream here on YouTube is to one day, be able to
Show them. Right now. Right here.
just do what I enjoy full time, which is just like talk about games, play games, and just show what games have to offer. My favorite woman in the whole world is giving an anime TED Talk. Sign me the F up. Alright. Sure. You flatter me. I'm not going to lie. I appreciate it though.
Emerge. Right now.
I've been just exploring the desert while I talk about stuff, but yes, thank you for listening as intently as you have. I've enjoyed talking about stuff and like, you know. Plus, I was never good at public speaking, at least in the sense of like how you had to do it to like give a presentation, chat. Believe it or not, yeah, never was. I'm working on something. Sure. Take your time with it. There's no rush to get it done. No, party setup. Let me see if I could set up. This was the Linnea team. You wanna know what it's called? Sure. Why not? Yeah, but this was the team of Linnea, so we're gonna rebuild the team as it was. So
Understood.
but her inside VI will put back. Where's she? I don't see her anyway. She's Hydro. Ah, there she is. I just went past her. And finally Linnea. Okay. That sounds pretty cool. What's it gonna be about?
Do not trust your eyes. Your eyes can lie to you.
You piqued my interest. I'm accumulating every stream appearance into a playlist. Okay. That is gonna be a very long playlist then, because there's many more streams yet to come. So, do you really think you can cover all of them? Because there has to be a lot of streams you've come to by now. It's like at least more than 70 streams you've been here. Yee, child, look at this. Ah, my favorite ore collection spot. Now we can begin to head over this way, because there's even more crystals over here. I'm mostly gonna be old streams? Okay, that's fair. Ones I can look back on and watch. That's cute. It'll be something that'll be fun to look back on, honestly. I'm sure of that much. There's a collection spot over here, so I can go grab that. Three years ago. And it has been 3 years, huh? How the time has flown when you think about it. Yep, 3 years ago he showed up to a stream for the first time. It was brief, and honestly, I didn't know if at the time you'd, stick around because, well, when it comes to, just stuff like that, like, there's a lot of people that come and go, but you're one of the few that stuck around, so. Hell yeah. We grab that shit. Alright. Oh, there's some more ores over here, so we can look to head to a different collection spot. It's one of my favorites up here. Just jump down and there's a ton of ores in like a little patch of forest. So pretty well put together, I'd say. Like look how many ores are here. And thanks to Lenny, I'll never run out of ore again. Yeah, never happening. Yeah, she's done a lot of growing since then, so. You just woke up, it's like 3 a.m. my time. You missed a very long and in-depth discussion of me talking about anime just now. If you want to go back a bit and go through it because it was a very long conversation, but if you're interested, it would be worth a listen. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Yeah, you miss on quite the quote-unquote TED Talk, I guess. I go to work at 7 today. 70? What, 700 hours? Or 700 hours? Like, okay. 7, alright. Yeah. I'm mainly just collecting ores right now. I'm watching anime forever since I became. Oh yeah. I can give you anime recommendations because trust me, I am the best anime recommender of all time. Especially when it comes to good anime, I know quality. And I can guarantee you, I will give you good anime based on particular parameters. Especially if you enjoy stuff that's more story based and more around like a story, I can give you a recommendation. Yeah, it's like I am atomic. Only watch Slice of Life. Everything else stressed me out. I can recommend you a Slice of Life then. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mia was talking about like isekai anime and well, the dreaded, and terrible 2 out of 10 anime that is so horrible. Redo of a healer. Land of the Lustrous. Yeah. Land of the Lustrous is a amazing anime. And if you have not watched it, Mia, watch it. Watch it. Trust me, it's a banger. Sadly, it only got one season because it didn't succeed off rip like something like, I don't know, Solo Leveling. Oh, you watched it? Okay. Okay. And then if you want something a little less, why don't you look at high school? I think it's. Let me double check on my phone because I. Yeah, well, that's what they were talking about when they said that specific sentence. But let me pull up my watch anime list and just give me a minute. I'll give you a recommendation. May I just give me a little bit? Where's my note app? There it is. Yeah, Lucky Star is one that you can watch. But actually, if you want one that's really good and that's a slice of life, not an isekai, watch The Secret World of Ariadne. It's a very good movie and it is so well made, especially with like how they play with perspective. It's a very good anime and it's an anime movie as well. So it's like about less than 2 hours. I think it's a hour 45 or less. Do it yourself, yeah. I was also gonna recommend that. But yeah, Do It Yourself is one of the cutest, most wholesome animes I've ever watched. I love that anime so much. Also, another recommendation I can make to you is School Babysitters. It's a very good another mm, another good one. It's not a slice of life anime and it does cover more deep topics, so if you don't want to watch it, I wouldn't say to watch it, but a very good one was Bartender Glass of God. It's the first and only really good bartending anime that's really accurate, but it's really well made. It has good quality, and I recommended it to Owen as well, and he really did enjoy that anime. I believe so. He can vouch for that anime. Bento, yeah. Bento is a very funny anime. I can tell you I watched that with Erica first. Yeah, it was really funny. So I could tell you the synopsis of it. So essentially, like, there's this guy and he's going to the school, and like at night, the students go out for bentos when they're like, half off, and all shit breaks loose, and you got people fucking throwing hands over bento at night in a fucking in, in, in a fucking supermarket. And like these people have these like official titles like the Ice Queen, and they're just fucking throwing hands over half off bento. Shit was funny as fuck. I remember that anime so much. That shit was funny as hell. I'd watched most of the episodes. I didn't. I don't think I did. Maybe I finished. I don't remember. But that shit was good though. I would rewatch the entire anime. Mia, this is a very important question that I want to ask you. When it comes to anime, right? Do you like more mundane stuff? Like more everyday stuff? That I guess that's my question. Erica knows what I'm going to recommend. She knows. She knows. She actually knows. She said, "Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, she knows." I feel like she knows which one I'm gonna. Yeah, for the most part, but I can. Yeah, that's a good one. But what I was going to recommend is Farming Life in Another World. It is the only, in my opinion, at least for me personally, it's one of the only really good and actually very interesting isekai animes as well. Now I know I know a lot of anime give isekai a bad look, but this anime doesn't focus on all the stuff that you see from a lot of isekais. It's mainly just a dude who just does farming. And it's so well made and it's so heartfelt that I feel like it will actually you like this anime even if you don't like most isekais. If you want, I'll send you a list of these animes. Like I'll DM it to you, and you can then choose up whichever ones you want to watch. And let me know what you think. Because these are some grails in my opinion. All right, I'll DM you the list. Don't worry, all right, I'll do it now. Screw it, why not? Let's see. Da, da, da. Um, but yeah, let's see. I'll leave out that one since you don't want stuff like that. Um, two, I think it's high school. Is it? Hmm. Um. Hmm. Let's see. I found the Elden Ring stream. Nice. That's good to hear. That's cool, babysitters. I think it is. The first time you let me help you, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? Was a very long time ago. Look at you now. Gathering. Hmm. Hmm. I think that's it. Hold on. It should be further up. Hmm. Or is it school or high school? That's my question. And I can't find it apparently, so that's great. That's that one. Cousin Ivor. Gender. Oh, hell no, that is not a good one. Oh boy. It should be lower down actually. Probably after I watched, hmm. Hmm. Did I accidentally remove something from my list, or could have sworn that was here? I feel like I'm going crazy. Like I saw it like a few minutes ago, and now I don't see it at all. Well, I'll just recommend it to you. High school babysitters. Um. Sacred World. Let's see. There's that. There's that. R-I-R-R-I-E-T-T. Aha, I spelled it wrong. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. T-T-Y. So the one that I recommend, campfire cooking. That's a good one. You and the rain. Okay. Mm. Okay, sorry about that, child. Just typing out the list to send to Mia. So I send them the list, but let me catch up on the chat a bit. That was the first time you let me help you. I wonder what made you consider accepting my help since I was practically a stranger and just some new viewer. Well, see, the problem is, or what happens is, a lot of the viewers, like, whenever I play a game like Brawl or something, there'll be an influx of people that come in. They'll ask to play. I'll deny them because I don't know them or because this is the first stream they've ever appeared in, and then they just disappear, right? Because I've said no, and they don't want to stick around because I'm not willing to play. So they'll just leave, right? But by that point, you'd come to more than one stream you'd watch, You hadn't necessarily, like, asked off rip to play that day. And also, I believe in the previous stream you'd asked, but, like, honestly, wasn't the second stream, I think maybe you did ask because I was playing Elden Ring at the time. And I said, oh yeah, I'm just not playing with yours right now. But by that point, you had shown up to the streams, right? You were nice. You didn't, do anything. You didn't, like, insult anybody. You were just nice to everybody. So I was like, that's what made me realize that, okay, I can play with you, right? Or that, because you can kind of tell with people, right? Because there've been tons of people who they only subscribe and they'll wait for like 10 minutes to ask me if they can play a game with me, and I'll reject them. And then they'll leave. My first ever Monster Hunter. Oh, yeah. No, that's the first ever one, but again, the way you asked, right? It seemed sincere. Does that make sense? Because like, when a lot of people ask, like it's very direct, But like at the time, you said something. I don't remember the exact message because it was that long, but I think you said, oh, I was struggling with I was struggling with a boss, right? And I don't remember the full message, but like, you said that like, if you need any help, I'm more than willing to help, or something like that. I don't remember because it was that long ago. But it was really sincere. So since I, had seen you, had interacted with you, yeah. So since I'd seen you, I'd interacted with you, I realized that you were being sincere and that I was like, you know what? I felt like I can trust you. Because trust is a hard thing to like give because, look at what happened before we met Mia, right? Like that was the night I first streamed Withering Waves, right? Mia, you came in this. I think it was the second Withering Waves stream, or was it the first? No, it was the first. It was the first. Yeah, it was the first. Because I remember that night, someone had came in and like, I was new to the game. I didn't, or no, it was second stream. It was first or second. My memory isn't the best when it comes to like things that are really. When it comes to more recent, I can remember. But I remember you had came into the stream, right? and the way you had spoken was so different from the person who had came prior. Because I had someone come to the stream, they were very rude, they were very mean, they were not nice at all. They didn't even, say a good night, a hello, nothing. Just telling me my team is trash, even though I was a new player at the game. But when you came in, you didn't necessarily do that. You watched the stream, you were like, you greeted me, you said hi, you know. You asked me how long I'd been playing the game, if I was new. You asked me all these questions, right? And we made conversation. So the point is, so that's why out of everyone, I'm happy that you sticked around because, like, that person, I didn't want them, and that's why they were banned, honestly. They can't comment on the chat ever again because, well, they're permanently banned, but. Or, well, they did unsubscribe more than likely, but they're also removed so that they can't view the channel because, yeah. You could have just, like, if anything, you could have just left a comment like, hey, I know you're new to the game, but if you ever need any advice for a team, I'm more than willing to help. That would have been a kind message and a way to let me know. Because, like, in a vacuum by itself, like, that was kind of my first introduction to someone from the community of the game, right? And, like, first impressions sometimes for people are a lot. Because some people would have just been like, alright, I'm not going to play this game just because of how this person acted. But because I didn't do that, I got to meet someone like, Mia, who's like a nice person and that is willing to help and is willing to give advice and is willing to, like, do all that type of stuff. So that's what I mean when I say, like, you can kind of tell with people, right? Because even though I didn't know Mia at the time and I didn't really, interact with them much, I could kind of tell, just off rip, they were. Yeah, because, like, legit, I had started the day prior, right? or the day before that, I'd started the game, or I'd downloaded the game officially and opened up the game and, like, played a bit through the intro and got to the first city. That's where I was. So when this dude comes in, I'm just like, huh? I just started yesterday. There's no excuse not to have proper manners. Yeah, I agree. Because, like, yes, how dare I be a new player? Yeah, totally. It's like, how dare you? Like, damn, what did I do? I'm just trying to get into the game here. Uh, nice, I have Elden Ring. Because, like, also, you can tell people, and the reason why I say that is because there was an experience chat. Mia won't know about this because back then Mia wasn't in the community, right? So, Mia, you won't know anything about this story. But there was something that happened, when I was playing a particular game. So, I have. Come here. You know what? If I can't take you by force, I'll take you hostage. Alright, alright, that sounds crazy. Now, out of context, that's wild, I ain't gonna lie. Hell yeah. Doop-a-doo. Oh, nice. We got it, chat. We got it. Look at this big ore vein. Oh, it's so good. I mean, well, you shouldn't compare it. Well, I like, it isn't fair to compare. A lot of things were the case back then. And a lot of things have changed since then. So, that's how things used to be, but they're not how things are now. So, you've improved a ton since then and gotten better with a lot of things and learned a lot about yourself. And I was fighting a Bloodborne boss while watching the stream. Interesting. I didn't think you'd be fighting a boss on Bloodborne.
Watch this!
Oh shit! We gotta run. Yeah, he spotted me. Shit. Did I hide my secret identity? Yep. It never is easy doing something like that, especially. We did put in the effort, and in the end, look at him now. No job, but I think I'm going to fall. But okay. I think I might be ending streamer since I'm not actually get a bit more tired, so yes. I want to thank all of you for being here. Thank you for the continued support and for watching the streams as always. But as you know, all good things must come to an end, and sadly, so must tonight's live stream. So, I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've had fun. And yeah, let's wrap things up how we typically do around here. Yeah, no problem, yeah. Well, I can stay until we finish wrapping things up if you want. Because we're not quite done yet. There's one more surprise in store. You're probably accustomed to it by now since you've been here for a while. Alright, without further ado, we hope you enjoyed your stay. It's good to have you with us, even if it's just for the day. We hope you enjoy your stay. Outside the sun is shining. Seems heaven ain't far away. It's good to have you with us, even if it's just for the day. Alright, well, thank you all for being here. Enjoy the rest of your night, wherever you are in the world. Also, I'm sure I go on mine, but I'm probably gonna go to sleep soon, so we'll chat in a bit. But yeah. Have a good rest of your night wherever you're in the world, and until next time, I will see all of you, gremlins, in the next live stream. Okay, good night, everyone. Good night. Good night, Owen. Good night, Erica. And good night, me. I'll see you all in the next live stream, which will be on Friday. So, stay safe, and till then, good night, Johnny. Also, a class coming out tomorrow. Looking forward to that.